Dang! What is up, my internet friends? Welcome to Walking and Talking, the show where I walk and talk. Hat tip to my boy! Well, wow. There's already infinite different things that I could say, different ways that I could start talking. There's so many possible ways to relate to you. Different, you know, each pause opens up like several different ways I could start talking. And while I'm talking, also through my head, there's going through all these different thoughts about how I should or shouldn't relate. Like, for instance, this question of whether I should be making this appealing to you and watchable, entertaining, approachable, accessible, pleasant, amiable, and so on. Or should I not even think about that, not worry about it? Well, seems like I shouldn't worry about it. But I do seem to be speaking in a coherent manner so far. I mean, I completed a few sentences that would be understandable. But I do really have to, wow, that's a striking tree. I do have to, I have to set aside a lot of thoughts about value here. It is, I can't really judge what I'm doing by the terms of value that I place on other things. Or can I? Or do I have to? Or should I? Should I be? Because there's so many metrics by which this is so bad. But do I just make it bad? I've thought it was good before. I've done this and thought it was good. It could be good. Maybe I gotta get beyond this good and bad thinking. I should really just, I feel like there's something more that I could be doing. I feel like there's a way that I could be doing this better. Like focusing more accurately on what I'm saying. But now I'm doing this based on a memory of the way it was in the past. I'm recalling some idea about my memories of prior walking talkings. Okay, lots and lots of blackberries, got to remember that. Where I was so much more focused in on just this activity of self-reflexive talking and really reining it in and not giving any attention to my physical surroundings. No external stimulus was really, coming up, just paying just barely enough attention to my environment to keep walking safely and continue talking. Now I had this realization of the past few minutes, and I felt that time having elapsed. I was like, I noticed a feeling of this is different than the beginning, and I enjoyed that feeling of time having elapsed. And I am kind of making an effort to not worry about quality at all, which in some sense makes me feel like this is just for me or something, but then of course it's not just for me because it's on YouTube. Am I tired of doing this? I can't tell. In that last pause, I felt like this, I guess I was projecting this possibility of just freaking out. That happens sometimes. I guess in various ways. Does that mean that there's a precarity here? I do feel like the possibility for freaking out is a real one, but it seems like I should be able to prevent that, or to better yet, absorb it, to encompass, if I were to freak out, to let that be encompassed and enveloped and integrated into a higher sort of awareness that's okay with it, that maybe even enjoys it, that sees its belonging in life. And as I say that, I feel much less afraid of really anywhere that this walking and talking episode could go. I feel like it could accommodate any sorts of unhinged energy. But I am experiencing, well, when I think ahead, actually, when I think about the coming hours, and I think about it as a long period of time in front of me, it feels a little daunting or scary. Not scary exactly, but like a little daunting. Like, oh man, 4 hours of talking just like this, how am I gonna not go insane? Or like, how am I gonna not get worn out or tired and suffer? How am I gonna not suffer, basically? But then I kind of stopped that because I realized that train of thought was just kind of distracting me from the act of talking, and so I returned to talking by explaining that And wow, it's interesting. I noticed so many different options for where to go here. And this time, yeah, like several layers of thoughts passed through my head before I picked one to start speaking. And these were like meta layers. So like I had one original thought that I can't even remember exactly what it was after having finished the last statement, and then I had a thought observing on that thought, and I was very tempted to speak that observation of that thought, but then instead I embarked on this kind of meta narration of those two subordinate levels of thinking. That is, like, as far as I can tell, there's like a very brief pause after a sentence, and then what I ended up saying was, as far as I can tell, like a third sort of meta level of observation of my thought process. And it's kind of now evolved into several sentences long, and that's kind of cool to me. I like that. It just means that all it means is that I filled up, like a minute of talking without any pain, really, that I'm aware of. I mean, I am walking up a hill right now, so I sense that, and I sense I can feel the mild exertion of my body, and I can feel myself not being quite as hydrated as I'd like to be. And I can, I sense myself breathing slightly harder, and I can sense some soreness in some of my muscles from previous physical exertion in prior days. But I don't feel like I'm suffering from that right now. And while I was describing those things, I did notice moments during that where I felt a little detached from this observation of my physical state, and I felt more identified with, shall we say, a more meta awareness of my physical state as well as mental state. Now, as I started to describe this, I also had a suspicion, a mild suspicion that, well, I kind of wondered if this was like objectively real. This is something that I talk about a lot, like having a meta awareness of thought being identified with something grander than the body and the thought and the mind. And I kind of wondered if that was an objectively real thing, or is it just kind of a concept that I've learned from listening to various people and reading and whatnot. Like, is it real? Like, am I actually just totally identified with mind, but I'm like kind of convincing myself otherwise? But no. Now that I hear myself saying that, I find otherwise. But then it's interesting, because what I'm saying here does seem like it's reporting from another place. It seems like it's reporting from a meta level of awareness. But then it's like, yeah, it becomes the content. It's like once, like there's an awareness here that's not identified with the body or the mind, but it's linked somehow, because then I start talking about it, and then, but when I start talking about it, it's like, it's not exactly that talking. It's not that talking. I don't think. I guess it's still, because there's still something else that's aware of the talking about the something else. But I wonder if it's even possible really to talk about exactly the something else, or if it's only possible to talk about a representation of this something else, this something else that I like, where my awareness is coming from, which is, a whole nother thing to go, a whole nother tangent probably. But like when I'm referencing it, or trying to reference my highest level of awareness, or I could say like the realest, the most real thing that I can identify with, that is like, what am I, where am I perceiving from? Where is my consciousness, at? Where am I at? If other than this body in this physical location. But when I'm talking about it, is it just, it seems like it's referencing the past. Like, so for example, I'll be saying one thing, and then while I'm saying that thing, I have this disidentification thing of it, of just kind of watching myself speak, hearing myself speak, witnessing myself think, witnessing, and then it's almost strange to say myself. Like, I could say just witnessing thinking happening. So like, where's this, okay, so that happens, and then maybe I start talking about that, and then while I'm talking about that, am I then still identified with, like, is that me then talking, or am I still disidentified? And as I'm saying this, I'm like kind of coming into that more and more, or feeling like noticing difference in the quality of awareness, the difference between being like more identified with the thought or less identified with the thought. And so I'm kind of like assenting to this quality of being disidentified with what's going on, and like trying to get kind of in that sort of effortless coasting zone where it's just kind of like I continue to watch myself speak. And that seems to be happening a little bit more, and I'm curious about like, because in some way it feels like it's something that's always here. When when I'm here, it feels as if I'm always here. You know what I'm saying? Or as if this is always going on, like this is ever present. But then there's also this possibility for a different quality of something going on, as in like being lost, you know, or being like clouded, or having this perspective clouded. But like now I don't know, it feels like an opening in the clouds or something. But I'm kind of enjoying this feeling right now of having of this knowledge of, I don't know, knowledge about, but like this feeling of a certain amount of time having passed by. It's not the, like, how can you feel that, you know? Like, that's a thought, you know? It's a memory. It's more like just feeling, I'm trying to describe it without resorting to any kind of cliche. But maybe I'll just like leave that for later. Maybe a better way to describe it will arise later. But I wanted to speak another one of these thoughts that was kind of occurring in my mind simultaneously to the sort of the subject I was just going on about, and that was that I had this observation of like my emotional tone, and I guess I noticed that it didn't seem particularly positive or negative at all. And I think part of me observing that, now that I think about it, was that sometimes if I find myself being like particularly happy or excited, I can sometimes actually get a little bit weary of that, because in my experience, like, that's so temporary and linked to its opposite that I'm like, is it? And so like there's sort of like a warning, a minor warning bell going off in my mind, because apparently like something seemed to signal to me that maybe this is going well. Like, I don't like the fact that I'm not suffering, and the fact that I am, I guess, just speaking like fairly rapidly and continuously without too much difficulty, it seems like. I guess that kind of signaled to me maybe this is going well, and I started to analyze, like, what's your emotional state? Am I like happy? Am I like blissed out? Is this like peak experience or something? And concordant with that question is like, if so, is it going to cause some kind of crash later? Like, this is still, it's so early in this episode of Walking and Talking. I realize, like, some part of me is like maybe has this like a reserve of energy or something, which can be like, which is maybe attentional and maybe emotional, like to what's the word? Allocate emotional and attentional resources in a way that's distributed over the 4 hours. And so I'm like, don't emotionally or attentionally exhaust yourself. Don't like allow yourself to kind of slip unguardedly into some kind of blissful state, because you know what that kind of leads to, but when I was analyzing my emotional state, I was like, it doesn't seem particularly positive. I'm not like this isn't exactly like emotionally positive or negative. My speaking has a certain momentum to it. There's a certain there's some kind of like propulsion to it, I feel like. And so I could say that there's some form of energy coming through, but I wouldn't say exactly that. Yeah, it doesn't feel like a blithe kind of expenditure that's going to become exhausted anytime soon. It does seem to me like it's going at this rapid rate that is good, in that it's like it's moving, you know. It's like a river is flowing, and it's not blocked up by, you know, strong emotions or like strong you know, like self-referential thoughts or judgments, that sort of thing. There's not a great amount of fear. I wouldn't say that there's really like fear present, but I think there has been walking and talking episodes where fear has been present, or strong amounts of self-judgment and even, you know, externally pointed judgments occur. But now it's just but now it's not, and like this feels, in a way it feels sustainable to me. But I digress, because I notice myself speaking in terms referential to the past and the future, even by using the word sustainable. Seems like, you know, more of a prediction than I really need to be making. But also, I like the fact that I'm talking this continuously, because it's continuous enough to just like not think about, you know, not to just not think evaluative thoughts about what I'm saying, or the quality of you know, whether this is good or bad as a YouTube video, or not worried about its effect on you, or like whether you like it or not, etc. It's just like keeping going, and it feels like that feels actually just more accurate to the way that I am understanding reality. That is, you know, it's like to be sitting and thinking about whether this is going to be liked or not, how many people are going to like me or dislike me, etc., or care or not, and it's like you can't ever get to the end of it. You can't ever, you know, answer any of those questions with any kind of, you know, finitude, and so and also it's like the question of why to do anything. It's like when I you know, something that, you know, comes up a lot, and you know, boy, I'm saying you know a lot. I wonder if I can lay off on the you knows. I'm just kidding. I was just kidding. I was gonna do it again. Just what was I talking about? So yeah, the question of why to do it, why do anything at all? What motivates me? What should motivate me? What should I be motivated to do, and what should I do? And I never can answer that with any finitude. I can never definitively answer what to be motivated by, and what to do exactly. But now, as I'm doing this, I can do this, and these questions aren't bothering me. And so the question of definitiveness, I can keep it at bay, you know? I can keep that question at bay by continuously moving. You know, keep moving. See, there's another, you know. Somebody should count them. Tell me how many times I say you know in this video. But I can keep moving, and for this period, evade the question of why, or of what, or of value. You know, all these questions of what do you do with your life, you know? There's another one. What's the best thing you can do with your life? And I'll drive myself nuts trying to answer that. But here I can, at least for this time being, not be driven nuts by that question. And also, actually, I can actually get beyond even the notion of like of doing a thing, you know? Like doing a thing, there's another, you know. See, I'm noticing them, at least. At least I'm noticing my you knows right after I say them. It's progress. But you know what to do. There's another one. That was a sneaky one. That one came up. That was a really quick one. Did you even hear that? That one almost slipped under the radar. What? That laugh was half fake, by the way. I noticed that I didn't have to. I noticed right after that little laugh. You know, that little like that was just a front for you, to show you that I'm a regular guy who laughs at himself. Anywho, the notion of doing something with your life. I felt it coming. I felt the you know coming right after that. That laugh was again fake. That was another fake laugh. No more fake laughing. See, I can't allow myself to slip into this presentation of myself for you, of a normal guy, of a normal, lighthearted, happy guy. I can't fake that for you. I'm not gonna. Not sorry. Don't let yourself don't let yourself, you know, slip into there. You heard that one? That was one. Don't let yourself slip into comfort thinking that I am just a normal guy now. That would be, don't get lazy. Anyhow, I feel like there are multiple tangents that I've started here that all seem fairly juicy. Which one did I diverge from most recently. So I can't present as a normal guy. Before that, there's something else that I was like saying, in the midst. So yeah, I can't slip into presenting myself as, when I did, they're so fast. They're so fast. It's like they're basically like a syllable now. It's like, what was I talking about? I'm trying to get back to something. I'm trying to remember. It felt like there were these multiple tangents to go off on that were exciting. Anyhow, I'm kind of staring at the patterns of these ferns, and it looks crazy. Like the ferns look like they're just like out of focus, as if I'm seeing multiple, as if I have double vision. But the ferns are actually just like that. Like somebody applied a Photoshop filter. Anyhow, just what is going on? I don't know. I'll just leave those tangents hanging because I can't remember what exactly I was talking about. But it's fine. Maybe it'll come back. There's plenty of time. Oh yeah, now I remember. See, once you give up trying to remember the thing, and then you just become present again and try to continue on, then it comes racing back to you. Now have I forgotten it again? Now I forgot it again. Oh, I really did. That's hilarious. I tried hard to remember a thing. I couldn't remember it, so I gave up on remembering it. And then I remembered it all of a sudden. And then I remarked in kind of glee of having remembered it. And then in the process of describing that process, I forgot it again. What was it? See, now I'm trying again. Now I gotta try to not try to remember it so that it comes back. Okay, not trying to. I'm becoming aware of like being slightly comedic and slightly entertaining, and I feel wary of that. I feel skeptical of myself becoming entertaining because I'm like, is this the real me, or is this just for you? Am I being authentic? See, and then I made this voice, but I couldn't fully commit to that voice because because I couldn't wholeheartedly get into the spirit of sarcasm. I couldn't fully get into the spirit of making fun of myself then. So I kind of half-assed it, and I half made this voice, this funny voice. Oh yeah, now I remember what I was trying to remember. Having this question of what do you do with your life? What's a good thing to do with your life? And having that drive you nuts. And trying to figure it out really hard. What the hell should I do? with my life this year and this month and this week and this day and in the next hour and in the next minute, etc. And not being able to come up with any real answer. You think of a thing and then you're like, nah, that's not going to work. Or there's problems with that. Or it's not the best I could do. That's not the best thing I could do. It involves compromises, etc., etc. And then at times I can realize that whole way of thinking is limited. Because even like what you're doing, you know, yeah, I know. Yeah, I said it. I said, you know. You know, a thing to do with your life really is an abstraction. It's a fragment. When you look at it connected with everything, if you try to follow down all those paths of cause and effect, there's not anything to do. Except something that maybe, well, as I'm doing this, I can remain in what feels like a freer state and truer perspective on reality, remaining in motion I mean, even in motion, even to say in motion is not completely true. 'Cause in a way I'm in motion, in another way I'm still. And even this concept of my life goes away. I stop creating my life and my death by ceasing to think about them. And that's real. But it's real for me right now. That I don't have a life or a death. That life and death and all the turmoil are kind of just wrinkles. I'll just leave it at that. They're wrinkles. And it's fine to have wrinkles. Wrinkles are fine. there's that really cool bird that I hear way off in the distance. That sounds like a spiral. Yeah, I mean, look. What is this here? What is this here now? You know? Hey, there's blueberries. There's blueberry plants. What is this? What is going on here? Is this you watching a YouTube video of me? In your life, spending time in your life, moving towards death, moving towards your death, spending a part of your life watching this YouTube video before you die? Spending your precious time watching this YouTube video? Well, the answer is yes and no. Is this me here in the woods talking to a camera? Spending a portion of my life before I die? It's also yes and no. What's going on here? Is there a communication going on? Am I saying things and you're hearing them? It's yes and no. We'll return to that, I think, or not. I'm just gonna keep walking and talking and stop thinking. But I'll be honest. I was starting to think about how we create the notions of life and death mentally. Because look, what is it like to be dead? If you ask me, I would imagine it's the same as it was before being born. Right? There's all that time before you were born, and there's all that time after you're dead. But look, somehow magically, the now just happened to land in this time between our birth and our death. Lucky us, huh? We're so lucky. We're so lucky. I mean, how long is time anyways? Is it infinite? I don't see any beginning or end. And so, like, this time of being alive would have to be infinitely small in comparison to time. How's about that? And so the chances of us being alive would seem to be, right now, would seem to be infinitely small. Neat, huh? Pretty neat, huh? Neat, huh? Isn't that kind of neat? It's pretty neat. Pretty neat. It's just a neat little thing. We happen to be alive. Neat. But it's not just an astronomically lucky coincidence. Because the thing that you might be thinking is, yeah, because if we weren't alive, we wouldn't be here to recognize that we're alive. And therefore it kind of like contracts all of time into our life. Is that how it works? It goes, but it actually goes further than that. Because actually all of time is actually contracted into right now. This very moment. Try to look at this moment exactly this moment. This one. Not the one before, but this one. Not the one that I just said, but this one. I'm being so. I'm being fake. I'm putting on this false persona for you. I'm being fake for the general YouTube public. But it's real at the same time. Because where's being dead, you know? Other people are dead, you could say. But where are those people if they're dead? Are they, where are they? Are they their body? What if their body's totally decomposed and they're the dirt now? Are they that dirt? Are they the atoms that they were at the moment that they died, which are dispersed in the earth? But they weren't those atoms their whole life, This is obvious. The matter of our bodies is always coming in and going out. We eat stuff and then we shit stuff out. We eat something that becomes us, and then some other part of us stops becoming us and we shit it out. Or we flake off our skin, we cut our hair, we bite our nails, and throw it in the trash can. We're throwing ourselves in the trash can. But this is, you've heard this, you've heard all this stuff before. You're like, big whoop, heard it before, Bennett. Tell me something I don't know. I'm just telling you the thing that always seems like the only important thing to me, really. Or the most important thing, or the thing that's ultimately most important. And it's hard to explain. Maybe I should stop trying. I'm just saying that you create your life and your death mentally. They're sort of real, but they're not ultimately real. Even your life. Even this you thing. I mean, again, let's look. Let's look. What's going on right here and now? What the hell is going on? Is it you watching this YouTube video, hearing my words? It's and us being separate. Us, these separate individuals. And if that's the case, what the heck exactly are you? Are you your body? But you're not your body. Because you can imagine your mind existing elsewhere. You're aware of your body, you can feel it and you can see it. And if you imagine switching bodies or switching minds with somebody, switching brains, and then if I were to ask you, okay, so you traded brains, would you now be the...
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Have a good night.
Likewise. Would you now be the guy... Would you now be the person that has the other person's brain inside your original body? No, you wouldn't think that, because you imagine that of your identity to travel with your brain, so you'd be like, now it's me with a different body. Because you can observe your body and you can be like, it doesn't constitute me. You know, I could get my arm chopped off and my arm wouldn't be me. I could get both my arms chopped off and maybe both of my legs, and those wouldn't constitute me. I would still be just as much me. Or I could be a brain floating in a jar, and still be thinking, and you'd probably be like, that's more me than my body. I can't believe I'm going into this. Remember earlier when I was just talking continuously in a self-reflexive way about the act of talking and thinking? And now I've gone off into explaining things? this is just something, it really just feels like this is happening, you know? You know. And I'm consternated. Apparently. Well, I'm just trying to explain a thing. Why? Maybe I should just stop trying to explain. Who am I talking to anyways? It's not. I feel free to just stop any train of thought and then just start talking about something else. It's funny. Now I'm walking again. Back there, I was stopping physically, and I was stopping to think about things. I was stopping to try and think about the best way to explain a thing. The mental processes seem to mirror the physical ones to some extent. And it's interesting because now I'm looking back. I'm remembering this time when I was physically standing and starting to explain things, and from my current vantage point, I can observe this formation of a certain persona or characteristic or sort of personal characteristics being expressed, or maybe even just being kind of created at the moment or manifesting at the moment. And then I'm wondering now if in that time there's something lost of the actual experience of what it was I was trying to explain. And now I'm wondering, is this actual experience that I was trying to communicate present? And it seems that it is, or at least while I was asking myself this question, it seemed to trigger the awareness of that experience. Now I'm walking and I'm keeping my gaze kind of towards the ground, but as I say that, I recognize that this is something perhaps a little foreign to your experience, or actually irrelevant to what it is that is truly shared between us. In that the particulars of the bodily experience and the particular sensory perspectives are not actually what is shared between us. But what is shared between us is something that by even by me saying that it's shared between us may be a diversion. I feel as if I almost keep committing a kind of error by thinking about you. But there's also something wonderful about this, in that I can't think about you specifically in a personal sense. Because really, you don't exist to me in a personal sense. What I'm saying is, the real way that you exist to me is in the same way that I exist to myself. Or and not in the specific personal way. This may sound confusing, but that's all right. It's okay to just kind of relax into the feeling of confusion. Allow it. Don't try too hard to understand. Whoa. I'm almost overwhelmed by the options of what to do, you know? In this, like, I am experiencing this personage. This personness. And it feels, the experience of this personage feels not particularly important, as in, it's just kind of here right now, and it's as if it is almost arbitrary, the specifics. The contents of this experience feel increasingly you could say empty, but not in this negative way, not like not in a scary way, but actually more in a kind of tranquil, relieving way, in a sense. But it's just that like, look, there's person here, and I'm just saying there is person, not saying a person, not trying to distinguish between you and I, because look, experience. There's the contents of experience, and there's the fact that there is experience at all. What really is experiencing? And I'm saying that what is experiencing doesn't have birth or death or even chronological time, no temporality. There's just something experiencing this that includes all of this. And it's so I hesitate to say reassuring. It's like I almost want to say comforting or something. I'm just trying to express that what I'm trying to express is, on the level of person here, person is totally peaceful. There's no active turmoil. There's no knots. There's no problem. And so, but I hesitate to say that I hesitate to say that it's comfort or tranquility, because it's not that, it's not the fact that the person, it's not so much that person is comforted or reassured or has all their previous problems solved or something. It's just that person is taken up and is gathered up and included in and absorbed in the big what is experiencing. And in that absorption, stretched out all the wrinkles of turmoil. Because and I can say I'm talking here. But it's kind of weird to say. It's weird to hear myself say I'm talking. Because the way that I'm talking always seems to have temporal reference, I think. But it's funny because as I hear myself say that, I'm also just recognizing temporality as just being like a totally acceptable feature that lies within atemporality, that this non-temporal experience is larger than the temporal one that we... It's funny because it's like I have a memory now of... I do this all the time. It's so funny. Of thinking about everything temporally and operating as if that were the top level, the top organizing structure of reality. And from this perspective, I'm like, yes, that I must act that way. It's necessary. It's as if it's necessary, but it's also as if I'm now only kind of like provisionally imagining temporality from this perspective. You know what I'm saying? It seems like temporality is an option now. It feels like it's weird. It's as if temporality feels like a virtual reality. That you do inside of this bigger thing. This bigger space of atemporality, of like the talking is all happening inside of it, and so is the thinking. But at the same time, not. I mean, like, when is this talking occurring? Is it occurring now as you listen, or is it occurring now as I say it? When is this, because this thought is not just mine or just yours. It's only between us. It's only between us. These thoughts. I mean, look at them. Where are they? Where are these thoughts exactly? Are they just here in my brain and you are observing them through this window of the screen? Or are they contained here within the screen? Are they here inside the computer? Are they contained on the internet? Or are they in your head? Are these thoughts inside your head, having entered through your ears? And the answer is not any of those places. This thought, this talking occurs at the center of consciousness, which is everywhere, which is here, and everywhere. But that maybe that needs some more explaining. But look, if you try to figure out where this thought is, you can't locate it. Neither in me, nor inside you, nor anywhere exactly in between. It's like it's all of those places, but then at the same time, we have to reckon with the fact that all of those places are abstractions. They're all components of thought that exist within this center of consciousness, which is, you know, everything here at once. Hey, well, I'll be a surface berry in the wild. But, you know, it's not, it's not just thought. Along with that, you have to admit that it's you and I. Where do we locate you and I? Where am I right now? I'm here. Am I here in this one spot where I recorded this section of the video? Well, yeah, I'm here right now. But I'm also not here right now. And you. Like, you're here right now, but you're also not there right now. But at the same, but more importantly, this I really exists in you, and you exist in I. And it's not really more than that. It's not really more than that. We just exist inside of each other. Huge bullfrog tadpoles are in there. They swam away. Oh, there's some big ass bullfrog tadpoles. Woo! Oh my god, is that a newt? Holy shit. That is a motherfucking newt. See if I can get you close enough to see that. That makes my day. Seeing a newt in the wild? There's another one. Holy shit. It's not possible to have a bad day now. There's no possible way this could be a bad day. Oh. Swim away, where'd he go? Apparently newts still exist. See, we don't really have to keep just talking about consciousness now. We could just look for newts. There's another bullfrog tadpole. Oh, I see another newt. I feel like I should stay on task. Because this act of continuous talking really does do something to me. There's that newt again. He's kind of wary though. He or she. There's two of them. There's three. There's one in there. There's one there. There's another one. This is fucking Newt City. Newt Jersey. Let's stay on task here. Whoa, buddy, watch out. See, it's hard to keep talking when there's nature to distract you. Tadpoles. There's a bunch right there. Look at those poles. Man, those guys are huge. Look at those guys. See, now I feel kind of blissed out and guilty. Whoa, look at all those. Scram! They all scram as soon as you get near. This one's huge. There's some other tadpoles. But for real, let's get back on task here. I'm not going to try and pick up any of the threads that I'm remembering from earlier, at least not consciously. I'm just going to try and continue talking here. You can't really get comfortable, you know? You can't hold on to any kind of sense of achievement, because that's dangerous territory. I think because it gets you started on a false way of viewing reality as the solid thing, and yourself as a solid thing that has solid things like achievements. That's, you know, a self that's made out of things like achievements, that has some sort of quantifiable worth to the world. But this is still all this. Okay, what's going on here? Because as soon as I just said those things, I had this sense, well, I compared the experience of having just said these things about self and value, and I compared that experience with a memory of earlier when I was walking and talking fairly rapidly, and I had this feeling, there's something lacking here. I'm missing something important, because I'm just kind of seeming to say something wise, or seeming to explain something. But it seems I didn't feel comfortable with that, because it feels like I was missing it seems like as I was saying those things, I was at least partially deluded by a solid sense of myself, and I immediately felt uncomfortable with that. And so, what is it that I'm trying to identify with? That's not that. And is it still here, or am I missing it? Have I like lost it by indulging in looking at animals? Or is it the sort of thing that is actually always going on, or always present? I think it is, conceptually. And I hear myself talk, and I experience like a mild turbulence or a mild struggling for something. Struggling towards some certain quality of experience that I have a memory of, but can't find in the present. But it is here. And as I say, you know, it always seems to show up in my awareness when, just when I think it's gone, or if I hear myself remarking on its absence, then I notice this observation. I notice this observation on what I'm saying, the witnessing of my speaking and my thinking. And it's still here. And I feel fine now. I say fine as I unfurrow my brow. And just kind of decide to keep speaking more continuously. And there was just a sliver here, a sliver of noticing, of a feeling of being inside something, which it first occurred to me as being inside of a time span, and as like I've been doing this for a while kind of feeling. And then like this feeling like, oh, this has been going on for a while. And now it feels different having gone on for a while. But looking beneath that, or above it, or I don't know, through it, or whatever, I feel like what that feeling is cloaking is an actual kind of obliteration of the experience of temporality. But even to say obliteration is conditional and not really true. It's not that there's something being obliterated. There's something else showing through. You know, limit activity for a period of time, and something else you know, and that's something that happens on the level of temporality, on the level of directional time of the human experience, because temporality is really something created just by the human experience. But then you kind of limit the scope of human experience for a period of time, and something can shine through human experience. Like if human experience is like ripples on the water, and you're always feeling this push and pull of emotion, of desire, and of temporally oriented thought, the human experience is like this very elaborate, very elaborate kind of like swirl, or like sculpting of the ground of reality. But if you limit the scope of that of the human experience for temporarily, it can flatten out enough that you can see through it, or something else sees through it. Something sees itself through it. And that's why I really should continue talking and really not stop, because it's like limiting human experience to walking and talking for a period of time. And it's the act of video here is really contributes strongly to the experience of atemporality, because it really is beyond life and death. I mean, it's like I'm gonna talk here. I'm gonna talk here as if I truly believed in an objective directional time that has a universal now for all of us, which I don't believe in. But I'm going to pretend that I believe in the present as a universal phenomenon for all beings and a state of reality, as if there is this infinitely thin slice of present in which all of reality is at one point. There's an objective kind of solid state of reality in each infinitely thin slice of time, each now, which is sort of the conventional way for humans to think about things. You know, we have clock time. It's like, call me at 4:30 and we'll synchronize. And it's like, it's true enough in terms of human experience to sort of correlate with each other's experience. And so, I can use that model to say something like, look, I'm here walking and talking right here and now, which is a different time than the time that you are watching and hearing, walking and talking right now. two different nows. I'm saying from the perspective of conventional understanding of time, conventional human understanding of linear time. And in that model, it means right now, when I am talking, you could not even be born yet. And you could be hearing this many years into the future after having been born. Maybe I could be dead. Hello. You know, I could be dead now. Or I could be so old and dementia stricken that there's no recognizable identity to this one. And so when you look at this video, it's like this video is really is atemporal, you know? It's like we would think that it kind of exists there on some data server from the time of its being uploaded and it's being accessed. Which is true enough. It's true enough to use that as a model of reality, and that's totally fine and expected and normal, and I wouldn't want to say no to that, and I wouldn't. And if you said, you know, if you want to use clock time and calendar time and to make this model of time and be like, you're born on such and such day and died on such and such day, you uploaded this video on such and such day and I watched on such and such day at such and such time, I wouldn't say no to that. I wouldn't say you're wrong. But if you really look close at the core of this experience, which for me seems like the what's most fundamental, just look at this experience. It's like calendar time and clock time are kind of irrelevant. The distinctions between my now and your now are really irrelevant, and I think even kind of would get in the way of what's salient about this, and the distinctions between you and I as people, I feel like would get in the way of what's salient about this. Oh, I'm here. I recognize where I am from having entered this area from a different place, and it's a really interesting experience. You know, connecting dots on the mental map. but I'm getting distracted by my environment again. Man, there's, and I could almost take as evidence for the truth of this atemporality the apparent my apparent non-progress in this activity, as in I cannot perceive any quality of this walking and talking to be any better than, say, the first few episodes. Even in these first few episodes, I think the access to atemporal transpersonal experience was not really better or worse than it is now. But witness again, here I am speaking in totally personal and temporal terms, which seems to me, I guess it seems like a mistake in some ways. It seems as if it seems antithetical to why walk and talk, but at the same time, I could also say that it's wonderful that walking talking is the kind of container in which that type of mistake can be observed. Well, it can be contained in, and it can happen, and it can be absorbed and included. Because look, now I'm just continuing to manifest that mistake. It's no more than a memory now. And so I'm referencing memory when I speak. When I reference memory, there's maybe a tendency, like if it's not recognized as such, as a tendency to kind of create it, to like turn it into one's perceived top level structure of reality, that is temporality as created by memory and projection. but I got distracted again, and I was silent, and I was thinking about thoughts even external to walking and talking, as stimulated by things I saw in my environment. I started projecting into the future and I'll just say, like, I saw a guy fishing and I was like, maybe I should come back here with a fishing pole. And then yeah, then I was just doing something completely different mentally for a moment. I was creating a future. But then along with that, these other projections started happening. Like, I was like, here I was thinking, man, it's so, and things originating in this activity. So I was observing my own quality of mind while being here, and noting how much it's kind of distracted from by other people, and how much when I'm in the presence of almost all other people, well, particularly strangers, you know, I'm just walking, it's like all these self-referential functions of my mind become activated. You know, the functions of my mind that have me, a self that was born and will die, become activated. My planning, remembering self. And so I thought about this general area and how conducive it is to be alone. How conducive being alone is to kind of quelling these thoughts that it seems like are on a scale with like all forms of suffering. That is the temporal experience and the self-referential, the small self experience. I feel like suffering is maybe equal to like the intensity of those functions of the mind. Like, the more one experiences the urgency of time passing, it's like anxiety. I mean, not necessarily, like, urgency isn't necessarily like a negative thing, but the more one experiences, like the more intensely one feels like I'm a small self, like moving uncontrollably towards my demise, and I gotta do all these things before I die, and I gotta solve all these problems right now, or I'm gonna waste my life, that sort of thing. or like there's this incurable suffering that like I need to solve right now. And I'm not putting I'm not actually putting, I don't know, I don't necessarily want to put an evaluative judgment on these things. Or discount them, or discount the reality of that experience of suffering, because it's very real. But is it, because I'm also like, you could say that I'm temporarily in a perspective where suffering doesn't seem so real. Or that it seems like, it seems as if it is an artifact of what appears to me like a limited way of thinking from this perspective, but nonetheless it's like I'm very familiar with how real and seemingly inescapable it can be at times, and how from that perspective, the sort of perspective that I'm talking about right now seems illusory and seems like just kind of a temporary somewhat delusional perspective. To think, that I could to think that I could not suffer again, or that there's a solution to suffering that just lies in changing one's mindset. It sounds a little diluted to me when I hear myself say it, but it's also true. Well, I don't know. I was going to say that it's true that me doing this activity of walking and talking is allowing me to exist free of suffering for its duration. And I have a feeling that it's also going to lessen suffering for some time after, like the rest of the day. Well, I already said that it's impossible now to have a bad day after having seen some newts in the wild. And I can remember stating very clearly and boldly in prior episodes of Walking and Talking that I really should just do this every day. I should really recommit myself because of how liberating the experience felt. And then things out of my control preventing me from doing it. Getting sick. Right after that episode, I got like really sick. And I really just couldn't do it for like 2 weeks. And then it's just like you get into these cycles of involvement with other aspects of life, you just get involved with doing stuff. You just do stuff. You start a garden. Oh, I got a garden. Oh, I gotta go water the plants. Oh, I better put these starts out, oh, it's going to get cold tonight, better cover up the plants. All that sort of thing. Checking your email. Got to exercise. Oh, got all these creative projects. Oh, better do some research on the internet. Better listen to a million podcasts to get smarter. You just get involved. You get involved in doing stuff. Just doing stuff. Friends. You're like, maybe I should have friends. That would be good for me. So then you hang out with your friends, and it's all fine. Doing stuff's fine. But I'm here and I'm remembering why it's hard to keep in mind, the importance of walking and talking for me can seem so upfront and obvious and glaring while I'm doing it. And then when I'm not doing it, when I'm just operating in normal life, outside of it, it can be hard to it can be really hard to keep it present, to keep that feeling of the commitment alive, because in the midst of normal life, all this different way of thinking predominates. This different way of seeing reality, in which there are all these different types of evaluations that will prevent me from doing it. This thing of, it's not going to be good enough, will prevent me from doing it. Or I need to figure out a better project. But that's precisely, all of that precisely is just kind of milling about in a much more relative way of perceiving reality. And so, but again, I'm projecting. I'm projecting again, and I'm losing something. I'm missing. I'm still, even in all this, like, maybe it's good for me to think and to say this. Sure, it sounds good, but it's still being erroneous, or I should say, what it is still indulging in the relative type of thinking, a linear temporal, rational way of thinking, which I can do anytime. I can do that anytime, but in walking and talking, there's a possibility of a way of thinking that's much harder to do in other circumstances. But I'm still doing it. But as I observed myself going, I'm still doing it. This almost the mildly frantic energy of the way that I am going about assessing myself seemed to kind of trigger in me again a different kind of awareness, a more higher level witnessing act started to come up. But as I speak, I can observe little like formations of solidity, always wanting to accumulate. If you rest for any moment, if you kind of rest or cling on to anything at any moment, this kind of solidity of identity is going to start to formulate. And so I feel like I have to maintain a kind of vigilance. But vigilance sounds hard. It sounds exhausting. But it's a little bit more like a balance of maintaining. And I'm getting it now at the moment and for the past few moments. Even though I want to be careful about referencing the past few moments, because that again is going to kind of like allow for some clogged arteries of time or whatever. I don't mind if I'm kind of jumbling things and failing to articulate perfectly clearly, because I also recognize that in the possibility of these sort of mistakes or sort of rapidly grasped at imagery in the service of explaining this experience, that there's the possibility for like poetry or poeticness to happen. And so that's fine, but I still gotta not get off track here. And so like it's good, it's just trying to like focus in and like, you know, there's stimuli from my outside environment now, but it's okay, because I'm feel like I'm getting a little bit more on the track of being able to balance in. And it's if you'll excuse me for referencing the personal for a moment, it seems to be coinciding with my physical experience of keeping my eyes kind of centered a few feet in front of me and just walking very straight on this path that's fairly clear. So it's like there's less exterior mental activity going on now, and I can talk more continuously. And as it goes on, it's like I keep noticing this phenomenon of talking happening, and to kind of keep noticing the newness of it, even though it's the same sort of activity, just prolonged. And anytime there's a little break, to notice the activity of starting to wonder, or starting to this feeling of like what's going to come next. And it's like I this thought just came to my mind of like it, like you know, just like durational selfing, like just like being one's self for a duration of time, like being a person, like as a durational act. And the type of insights that can come from that. And it's funny because how could anyone do otherwise? How could I not? And is that not what all of us are doing all the time? And yeah, it's true. And but in the limitation, in the framework, the moving back and forth between different stimuli is reduced And I feel like it's in the transit where self seems to appear as something solid, as in like in the movement between like getting out of bed and going to check the email, or in the getting out of the car door to go opening up the car door and walking to the meditation center, or but not so much in the physical transit, but in the mental transit. In which activity, where activity changes, and one refers to a self. One references a self in order to locate that activity, or something like that. But sitting around, just sitting around or laying in bed thinking. Like there can really be this strong sense of self there. But then getting into something, I don't know, maybe it has to do with maintaining close to what's equilibrium for the human. Like maybe for me, maybe this activity of walking, which seems like really a fundamental thing that the human body was designed for, and talking, which is, fundamentally something that our vocal cords and our brains have evolved for. And just doing that for a long time, it's like maintaining something that's, I think, not an extreme, but it's doing it for what could be considered an extreme amount of time, but it's just a long amount of time. In a way that it's possible to see through it. It can become transparent in its constantness, in its consistency. And that's why I think, that's why I think it's really important for me to do this more consistently. And it's not about like maintaining a streak or something like that, but just, I think that the strength of my commitment in terms of the frequency of doing this is going to be is reflected in the quality of my doing it. That's what seems very apparent to me right now. And there's and what seems possible in it is really a deep kind of joy. A deep kind of joy. Like doing what you're meant to do. But let's I better keep talking here, because that's the type of thought where one might be tempted to just rest as a conclusion. I decided I found meaning. I found meaning in my life because I just heard myself say that I figured out what I was meant to do. And then, but then, then you fall, if you allow that to kind of rest as a conclusion too much, then solidity of selfhood can accumulate around it, like a log getting caught in a river, and then all the other logs getting caught behind it. But you want the river to flow. And as soon as I say that, putting it in terms of want and desire, but I say you want the river to flow, but I say that in relative terms, kind of because it's like, well, the river's not really never ever not flowing, or it's like if there's a blockage in the river, there's a blockage in the river, and the dam will break sooner or later. And yeah, it's like, I don't know, it often feels paradoxical to me. That is the human experience. Like, here I am kind of talking about how the contents of consciousness are almost kind of arbitrary, like this specifics of body and personhood are not so important. But then at the same time, it could also be said from a different perspective that all these specific aspects of personhood led to this. And, you know, all these specific needs have to be met. All these conditions have to be met for this to occur. And it's true. But if you take that a step further, take that logic a step further, it's like not only, yeah, I had to have all the experiences I've had in my life in order for me to be having exactly this experience the way it is now, and to be saying exactly these things that I'm saying. Not only that, but it's as if all of, you know, the world at large also has to, everything has to have happened in the world at large the way that it happened in order for this very moment now to exist exactly the way that it exists, with this consciousness in it. As if everything in existence is necessary, but this is still a relative way of thinking about it, because in this sense of everything in existence being necessary in order for this moment to be the way this moment is, it's because what I'm referring to as everything in existence really is just everything in consciousness. All the memories, thoughts, and abstractions that you can access right now constitute the contents of your consciousness. And in a real way, they constitute all of reality. Let's not sit down. Wonder which way is back. Sure, we have this model of an objective reality. And what does this model exist in? Where does this reality exist? Where does this understanding of reality exist? Where is it? You can talk about over there. You can talk about the pond over there. And you can say, yeah, there's a pond over there. And if I walk over there, I'll be at the pond. But what about right now? Where does the pond exist? Over there, you'll say. But where's over there exist right now? Over there. But where's over there exist right now? It's here. It's here in your experience as a thought, an image. So, you recall a pond. And that pond is here in your experience somehow. Can you see it? Maybe not exactly the same way as you see your visual field. Like I'm looking at this visual field and I don't see a pond in it. But I can still recall an image of the pond, and it exists in my experience in a way. The pond, in a way, exists in my experience. And so does the whole concept of over there. Or the whole concept of the world at large. Or of you as a viewer. And where do I exist? Like right now, it's here in your experience. But here I am explaining things. Let's stop explaining things. But I will keep talking. And now I perceive change. Change in tone. Like now I'm speaking softer than I remember speaking before, when I was speaking really kind of loudly and almost very kind of declaratively. And now it's interesting that, to me, that I'm describing the characteristics of the way I'm speaking and have spoken, just as another option for ways in which I can perceive my reality, or not perceive, but like interpret what's present here in the form of memory. And I can examine my emotional tone, and I wondered if it wasn't like just a bit either confrontational or aggressive in some way. And I don't put any evaluation on that either, but and then as I say that, I become aware of that there's maybe I start to become aware of an unexamined value judgment against evaluation, as if I'm thinking that evaluation is inherently bad, or proceeding as if that's the case. And what I'm saying now seems to hint at an underlying attitude of self-inquiry, or not quite self-criticism, but self-questioning or something. There's probably a more intelligent word, intelligent sounding word. I guess self-inquiry is good enough. Lots of blueberry plants here. Here's some mini berries. But let's not get distracted. And as I become aware of that, like this, that there's present an attitude or a behavior that is pro self-inquiry, I'm like, where did that come from? And I can point to all these sources of stuff that I've read or heard from people that which I can kind of plainly see are things that I could say make up my identity. That is as if I have an identity that's made up of, one could even go so far as to call it ideology towards examining the self and probing through the solid sense of self in order to kind of rest in uncertainty and groundlessness. But even as I think back and see all of these influences pouring into that, even that strengthens this groundlessness and continues to get rid of the solid sense of self, in that I recognize that even this tendency is not like something that I like created for myself. It just happened that I was born into the family that I was born into, and had the experiences that I had, and became exposed to the books and other forms of learning that I was exposed to, and all of this stuff makes up who I think I am. And so it's like, it really just blasts out of the water any notion of an inherent self or an autonomous self. It's like, you know, it's like the world made me, but that's even going too far to say the world and to say me. It's more like, it's getting closer to the truth would be to say that, like, the world, and by the world I mean everything, not just the earth. I just mean all of reality that exists, by which I don't necessarily mean some objective model of reality, but I mean reality in the sense of whatever it could possibly be. And like personness are not separate, but more so than personness, just like consciousness. And then in that brief pause there, I thought about, I started to have I started to have imaginings of possible evaluations of this content in the eyes of others. Which is fine. You know, I thought about, you know, I had an imagination of intelligent people. I imagined very intelligent people watching this walking and talking and having criticisms, or there being things about it that alienate them or turn them off from it. And I imagined them being able to see aspects of myself that in my image of their image of me seem unflattering. Of not being smart enough for another intelligent person's to be intellectually stimulating enough for another person, or just I imagined an other watching and hearing this, and them being able to see aspects of my personality that are present that I might not be aware of or have a limited awareness of. And then that image, image of self in in the imagined eyes of an imagined other influenced what I said next. But what I said next was kind of the laying out of that whole process. There's still something present here that wants to be liked as a person, that wants acceptance as a person. But as I say that, I felt mildly embarrassed to want that, because at the same time, it's also true that there's something that I think maybe more fundamentally real that's present in these walking and talking videos, or at least in my current experience, I should just say, that is unconcerned about what goes on the personal level. That's unconcerned about what about things such as my personality being accepted or not. And now, even as I say it, it's as if right now even those things don't even seem real. Like the idea of personality feels transparent to me now. Like I don't believe in real personalities as real things now. But just, I don't know. Sure, on another level, on a different level, on a more relative level, yes. But I actually don't really want to. I think I'd prefer not to be interacting with the world as much on that level. I don't know. Maybe you have to. Maybe it's necessary in order for the grander thing to show through. Like I thought about people that I know and how I would like to be able to relate to them in a way where the larger self shines through the both of us and recognizes itself, mutually recognizes itself through our personages. And then I thought that maybe an acknowledgement of the personality is necessary for that to happen. That is, if I started talking to one friend the exact same way that I talked to another friend, that recognition wouldn't occur. It could even be alienating. And now as I think about it, I'm like, actually, maybe this personality is a very real and just totally integrated thing. Totally not separate from big self. But now I feel ready to drop that whole thing, because I can almost sense a mild sense of anxiety or consternation around this subject. And so I suppose I'll let it go for now. As if, well, I mean, maybe the consternation is an artifact of attempting to figure something out, attempting to answer something. But I really had better just keep talking so that, I don't know, so that what, I don't know. I'll just keep talking. And hopefully be continuously renewing commitment to walking and talking, although it shouldn't even be about commitment, I don't think. I don't know where I am. That is, commitment seems to imply all this relative stuff. It seems to imply this outside of now. It makes dichotomies, you know? And it refers to self and other. But without commitment, I can just be doing. And that's all I really know. And is that I'm doing this right now. And I feel increasingly like that's the only attitude, the only proper attitude with which to be doing anything, is that I'm just doing this right now. Because the more I'm caught up about how long I'm gonna keep doing this, the more it takes me away from just doing it now. And it's interesting to hear this come up as the content of thought right now. Or even, it's interesting now to hear me say the words right now, as if in opposition to the other. And what I keep seeming to be pointing towards here is to kind of drop off this this temporal thinking of positing now versus other time, which seems true. And now I feel a slight actual letting up of that behavior, a slight relief of that burden of the future. And in that pause, I felt an increase of that. And all that's present in this experience is a component of it. Emotional experience is real and is physical, and happens in relation to the world. Or I don't know, maybe happens in relation to the mind. I'm not sure which to say. And to be absent of like these strong physical sensations, because it seems like this like even strong feelings of happiness or excitement, like strong emotions, it seems like sort of amount to this kind of physical energy that the mind places different valences on according to its narrative. Like the positive and negative. It's like I suspect that temporality is an experience that has some roots in physical experience, bodily sensation of being propelled towards a future, of physical experience of being propelled towards the future, either by desire or aversion, wanting something, or really not wanting something that's present. And both of those things are arising as a physical sensation. If you have the presence of mind to be able to observe that as a physical sensation, and then along with that physical sensation, a mental narrative of what's going on. And this sounds like it might kind of diminish this as not being real, but I'll say that it is as real as it seems. But even, and you know, is operant in all of us, as evidenced by the fact that we're alive right now as beings, that the fact that you are able to receive this information testifies to what we share in common in a human experience. And that emotions and desire and aversion and temporal modeling of reality are integral components of human experience, necessary to this experience right now, necessary to this nowness. We can project back in time and remember all those experiences where we did things in order to stay alive and to stay relatively comfortable and create some security for the future and make sure we stayed safe and healthy enough. And all of that is plenty integral to this experience of nowness, this human experience. So it can be real as a past, but it can also be, it's also true to say that it's still now it's still mental, you know. These memories are neurological artifacts that exist now. If you delete these memories neurologically, if you damage or rearrange your brain drastically, there is no you as it exists as you know it. But now I keep feeling like, I mean, I go off on all these tangents, explanatory tangents that are stimulated by present experience, but it feels as if they almost start to diverge from present experience, as in they start to kind of exist alongside other things like my sensory experience and my just sort of, I don't know, the clarity of this witnessing could be varying while I go off on all these tangents, and so I feel as if I want to keep it more aligned. I want to keep my talking more closely aligned with what I'm experiencing most, I guess I could say acutely in the present, but still saying that, still I feel like references a dichotomy, and I still wonder if words at all, if it's possible to speak, you know, words at all without creating these concepts, creating these manifesting these dichotomies about self, other, present, past, future, etc. Clarity versus not, witnessing versus delusion, or insight versus delusion, etc. But I will say that this activity is something I should probably just stop at that, or not try to qualify this activity any more than that, or even really reference this activity, because even that requires a conceptualizing, but also it's like I'm also aware that there's constant conceptualizing happening here, but I'm also hoping that it's as if the constants, the continuity of conceptualizing over time starts to elucidate the transitory nature, the transience of all concepts as something that's flowing, always. And never solid. As if a concept is like a particular arrangement, as if it's akin to a particular arrangement of molecules in a glass of water. Maybe sometimes it's frozen, and so it seems relatively solid, and so it seems to stay there for some time. But ultimately, it's going to keep moving and only exist for one instant. And so I think that walking and talking for this amount of time forces me to get more comfortable with the transience and the transience of thought and everything that thought creates, which is a lot. And I do this in, like, while I'm doing this, even what seem like big problems, I don't see them as problems. I mean, it's like, it's not that problems get solved on any of their own terms. Like, they don't get solved along the terms of their problematicness. There's a cool bird sound. Oh, I passed through here. I passed this thing, but which way did I pass it before? Problems don't get solved in the terms that they posit themselves as problems, they just appear in a much larger context, and the larger context is seen as not a problem. Or the problems are not really seen as problems in the larger context. And it's just like, it's the same thing about contemplating death. Like, once you can actually understand death in a larger context where it's not perceived so much as a problem, then it's like all other problems resolve into that as well. It's like death enfolds all problems. Or it could be, I almost want to say that like like if we can allow problems to, I don't know what I want to say. Oh. I think I might see where my car is through there. That could be it. I don't know. Nah, maybe not. No, I don't think so. I'll just drop that train of thought. Because the problems are as real as they seem, I think. I guess that's true. Problems are as real as they seem, but that implies that there's a possibility for them to not seem so. Like, and it seems to me that problematicness is an inherent feature of reality, and that it manifests in everybody's life in one way or another. And the same exact conditions for one person could constitute a huge problem, and for another person could be no problem at all. Like, two people say like they have the same job and live in the same type of house, or so it's like have the same let's say they have the same level of economic success or something like that, and for one person, maybe they're totally content. Maybe they're completely content with their economic level. But the problematicness is going to arise for them in some other way, like in their relationship, or their health. And then maybe for the other person, who's at that same level. Maybe they don't have any relationship problems or health problems, but they feel totally discontent with their economic position and it feels miserable to them. Or in the job, they perceive the job as shitty, whereas the other person doesn't perceive the job as shitty. And yeah, it's like I've never met a person. I really have never met a person to whom the problematic nature of reality does not manifest in their life. And I think even if you were a monk in a monastery, it'll manifest. It could be contained within your practice, or it could manifest in the politics or the situation of the monastery, some way or another. That's my theory. I don't know. Maybe I'm just trying to comfort myself when I experience the problematic nature of my own life by telling myself that, or try to guide myself towards contentment with that understanding. But I guess if it works, then it works. Hey, there's a deer stand. Cool, let's go sit in it. Let's go get a bird's eye view, shall we? On reality. I guess when I'm doing this, when I'm walking and talking, well, I'll just say, sometimes the problematic nature does manifest while walking and talking, but a lot of times it doesn't really seem to. But it sure manifests outside of walking and talking, even if I can't even honestly point towards a specific problem. It's like there are things that I associate with negative emotions, but at the same time I know that they're not inherently negative things, that they just happen to be the form in which negativity shows itself to me, the negative side of the universe. If everything seems to be going well, it seems like at least one area of your life is going to have to collapse. Am I wrong about that? Maybe some people are like, nope, I've got it all under control. I just work hard to make sure everything's going well, I don't know. I guess it's all a matter of framing. Because maybe if you work hard to keep things going smoothly, it's as if the negativity is contained within the hard work. I guess that seems like a possibility, Like, for instance, maybe if I'm walking and talking, or I'm sitting and smiling, maybe there is some form of difficulty, whether it be physical or mental, but it's also framed within this container in which it can be contextualized as having a positive valence, as being interpreted as a meaningful challenge. And so post facto, you know, even if I did a walking talking that was like really psychological hell for me, which has happened, and then post facto, like, was a meaningful challenge, you know? In the moment, it was like, you know, felt so terrible, but still happening within this framework that seems to give some kind of meaning. Good thing they put this camo tape on this bar. And this bar really makes this thing disappear. Can't even see it. It's interesting, all the evaluation I might do of walking and talking, and by extension my persona, my personality, my charisma, in the eyes of an imagined other, wondering if I can be good enough, charismatic enough to be on YouTube. But really, the truth is, it's like you just keep doing it. Like I imagine success, as being not as if I had some inherent gift already for anything, but just like doing it, like putting something into the world enough that it just becomes like that, it carves out its own niche in the world. It like makes itself to whatever level of importance it might have. It's so it's just a matter of doing something. It's just, you know, and then something exists. You shape a little part of the world. But I'm still just kind of, that's kind of really a relative tangent that's a little bit external to my task here. Actually, it almost seems like everything is external to my task, as if it's always, as if everything can only kind of skirt around it, can never really penetrate the middle of what I'm aiming at, because maybe the middle of what I'm aiming at is really totally empty, and you can't actually grasp it. But maybe with talking, as if the contents of the words are always orbiting around something, and maybe they can orbit closer at times. But I should probably get down from here because I'll start to go into too restful of a state. And then that feels cheating. That feels like cheating. And as I was putting on my backpack, I wondered, should I keep talking and narrating my thought? And the thought came, I'm putting on my backpack, and I was like, should I just say this? Should I just say I'm putting on my backpack? That didn't seem right. And then, but instead, I just, narrated the observation of that thought, which seemed a little bit more fitting with the theme here. But as I've said, it also seems arbitrary. It seems as if there's the level at which I choose to narrate my thought is arbitrary, as in there's all these like any thought that occurs could be remarked about in any number of ways. And each potential each observation on a thought is its own thought and can be observed itself and could be remarked on itself. And so it really feels like there's always this infinite expanse of possibilities of saying things, and whichever thing I happen to say has a feeling of arbitrariness towards it, but at the same time, it has, as much as it has arbitrariness, it has significance in that it is what I happen to say. It is a component of reality unfolding in the way that it unfolds. And this process allows me to see that there's not this self here controlling this unfolding of reality as much as I would like to think that there is. But then as I say that, I'm like, but there's this other way in which there is this possibility of control. There's like if there are options, it seems like there's something it seems like there's some possibility for choosing options, It really feels that way. Like I could choose to say the word lemon, or I could choose to say the word watermelon in a given moment. And so like now I'm just thinking about this choice. Like here's a moment that I'll frame up in which I could say either the word lemon or watermelon. And I'm just kind of going through this process of deciding which one I should say, or if I should say neither of them. Like there's a silence, and in the silence, there's this process going on of, should I say either of the words, which becomes, an apparent choice. And if I am, then there's this other choice of which one to say. And I start to go through this process of trying to choose which one to say, and knowing full well there's absolutely no reason to choose one over the other, but this process of choosing, like, it could create a reason, it creates reality. I'm gonna try it again. You try it with me, because it's interesting to just notice all the reasons that come up, the potential reasons of choosing one over the other, like lemon or watermelon. Like the first thing that came up for me was my associations with those words, and the sort of like eating sensation of them, and like and like which one seemed more attractive to me. Like, but then they both seemed kind of attractive to me. But and it's reminding me actually that I'm really thirsty. Maybe that's actually subconsciously why I arrived at those two words to begin with as possible options of things to say. Because I'm so thirsty that they would both be very refreshing things to consume. But then I had that thought of, okay, maybe one could be more appealing as a thing to eat right now, but that has absolutely no real bearance on which one to say as a word, because that has no, it's irrelevant. You know, just saying one as a word has nothing to do with which one might be more appealing. I'm just trying to choose between a word to say for no reason, apparently. Just other than to actually like kind of observe the mechanisms of making a choice that is decidedly arbitrary and decidedly inconsequential. And so it's like, it would just be an act of like, it's interesting. It's really interesting. Like now that I've been talking for some amount of time about this choice of saying one of these two words, it's as if the decision actually feels too weighted now. Like, if now I feel like if I chose one of the words, I'd feel bad for the other word. I would feel like it was unfair. Have you ever felt bad for a word before? I don't mean for the thing that the word signifies, I mean for the word itself. Could words themselves contain their own little form of consciousness? But I should really keep walking, because I'll start to settle into a torpid state here if I don't. I'm putting my backpack on again and remembering the instant just before when I was putting on my backpack and thinking about narrating, putting on my backpack, and then deciding about narrating instead, the thought about narrating. The action of putting on my backpack, but it's like the action and the thought are very different things. Like, anyhow, I'll let that go. And I feel just now a tinge of embarrassment came on of having observed in myself just a mental inclination towards desiring to appear intelligent to my imagined intelligent viewer, imagining you as an intelligent viewer and feeling a tendency of myself of desiring to appear intelligent. And then I'm like, why? And feeling as if some of the things that I've been saying are influenced by this, but trying to be okay with that, trying to be like, okay, so sometimes I desire to sound intelligent, and maybe that's not a totally selfish thing. Maybe it is actually desire for an enhanced experience for the viewer, for them to be intellectually stimulated. But when I notice that sort of thing occurring automatically, then I'm like, I don't want it. I don't want to be just automatically gravitating towards trying to sound intelligent. But now what I want to be here is connected to, is really like digging deep as possible into the real fundamental mechanism of consciousness, and like observing the mechanisms of self as closely as possible. And I guess that's kind of happening, maybe in a little bit too intellectual way. But at the same time, then I can, as I say that, I can observe in myself this other desire of, we could call it performative self-inquiry or something like that. Or we could say that I have been performing we could say that I've been performing self-inquiry for you. Performative self-criticism. I hear the spiral bird. But this could never end, It never could end. Like I never could get to the authentic self and be like, I'm not performing at all. I don't think there's any way to ever not be performing. There's the spiral bird. Wait, not that one. That one. Wait. That one. It just, I don't know actually what the bird is. I just call it a spiral bird because I think it sounds like what a spiral would say. I don't think we could ever not be performing. So why do I feel so dang critical of myself and other people when they seem fake? Maybe there's degrees of there's degrees of awareness. Of how performative one is. There's degrees of awareness that this is a performance. But I guess when I perceive somebody else as being fake or disingenuous, maybe what I'm assuming is that they're aware that they are performing a self that's not their real self, but isn't that what I'm always doing? Like in communication with another person, it's never like this is my real self, you know, or but I feel okay with that because I know that there's not a real self to get to. But there are degrees. I don't know. Now I'm having like a whole series of thoughts about social relations that are just like incredibly obvious. I'm just having, you know, a Captain Obvious moment where I like by some really circuitous route arrive at some really obvious conclusion, like that people don't always reveal everything about themselves at every moment with everybody that they talk to, and that's a good thing. But I guess, but then there is there is a real thing of trying to deceive another person, trying to create another reality in their perception that you know not to be true. And that's what gets my goat. But then, yeah, but then sometimes sometimes I want to assume that about somebody, but it may also be the case to some extent that that they are convincing themselves of a reality that is not very true, but maybe to the extent that they can convince themselves of that reality becomes true for them. But I'm thinking of somebody that I feel a lot of difficulty with, because from my perspective, even the slightest amount of self-awareness would reveal the grand falsehood of a reality that they're kind of like presenting. And so it feels like it's either the case that they are profoundly devoid of self-awareness, which I think is, or some particular form of self-awareness in this particular arena, or that they feel a motivation, or that they are aware of this and trying to represent a false reality intentionally for some perceived personal gain for themselves, which I think there's an element of truth to both of these. I think there's a little from column A and a little from column B going on, and as I say, I call them as I see them. I think I'm going the right way. I remember passing this thing. I'm on the right path. And as you can see, I'm drifting farther and farther astray from the task at hand, but I feel like excited to just continuously renew this activity, as in just keep doing it. You just keep doing it, and that's all. And so I feel I have that feeling again that I know I've felt many times before of okay, just keep doing this as much as you can manage. And maybe it's, and that's sort of a thought that is coming up towards the end. I know the end is coming, and I guess I think that one could say maybe I'm coming towards an end of my attentional reserves, but maybe who knows? Maybe I shouldn't jump to that conclusion. It's true that I can notice in my mind an orientation starting to turn slightly towards starting to project into the future about what to do at the end of this. The end is coming, and I'm projecting, change in activity. But at the same time, I'm want to continue letting all of this be totally enveloped within I guess the mental framework that in which all of this is still observed inside of a grand kind of witnessing thing. And as I said this, like I was feeling unsure if I could truthfully attest to that, whether I'm just kind of speaking and feeling more or less identified with my mind or not. But that's the thing. Every time I'd say something like that, then I notice something else going on. It's as if, like, if I ever wanted to, like, conclude, like, oh, I am just identified with my mind here, like, that observation is coming from somewhere else, right? Like, if I remark on myself being identified with mind, then kind of necessarily I'm not totally identified with mind. Whoa.
Thank you.
Sure. I thought of, you know, that little interaction occurred, and I thought about how see, now I'm losing it though. I'm gonna go ahead and just resist my urge to start to talk about things that are extraneous to this experience of walking and talking, like details about slightly, you know, things that are kind of external to it. I mean by, like, details about YouTube and viewers and whatnot. But I'm just gonna stay away from that. Even though it's very tempting, but it's like, that's the problem, you know. Then you start manifesting a thing that can be divorced from the core intent of the thing. You know what I'm saying? I just said, yeah, I could just say, like, for me to be thinking externally, like, in this experience of walking and talking, there's a number of things around, like, my YouTube channel I could be thinking about, like views, viewers, comments, etc. That are just totally incidental. Completely incidental to the intent of walking and talking. But even me talking about the concept of walking and talking is still, I feel like, too external to this. It's conceptualizing about the frame rather than just being in the frame. But it's okay, because is being enveloped here as I remark upon these various mental tendencies. It's like it totally belongs in what this is for, I suppose. But it's still, you know, there's still always I feel like I could always be closer to the center of the bullseye. even if the center of the bullseye is everywhere. Thoughts going off again, stimulated by my environment. We're really nearing the end, and so it's like what do I want to do with these last 3 minutes? It seems as if there is something being that has been reserved, if that's really an apt way of seeing things, as if I've reserved attentional or emotional energy, seems like I could expend all of the rest that I have here, because I don't feel depleted. I don't feel exhausted. But yeah, at the same time, I don't feel really a desire to let anything out or anything like that. Or go hog wild in the last few minutes and make a dramatic ending. This is really just it's really just a walking and talking. And there's not that much defining about it. And I feel like, now I feel like doing these thumbnails and these titles is like kind of a compromise, kind of disingenuous. Like maybe I should remove the titles and just have it be numbered, and don't be making these thumbnails, because it's starting to be like alluring, like to suggest. It's kind of baiting. It honestly is kind of baiting for me to put these titles after the number and to make these thumbnails, because what they do is call attention towards some kind of different quality of each one, or different contents, to be like, this one's about this and this one's about this, and to like kind of advertise a quality of newness to each episode. Like, you gotta see this episode because this one's about this thing which you want to know about. Or like it's like playing into YouTube, really, which I think is a problem, and it's not really true to what I'm trying to do this for. Like, for me to be really honest, is it's like, it's more like the endlessness of this, the overwhelming quantity of footage and of talking is really kind of more representative of the quality of formlessness and emptiness than is making discrete seeming episodes. And I think there's this real problem with, if I start to play into that, then I'll start to play into it inside the content of walking and talking as well. and I feel like I would be abandoning a real adherence to truth by doing that. Truth as an activity, as a verb. You know, betraying truth as a verb by advertising truth as a noun. It's a problem. But time's up, so we're done here. So I'll just like sign off without making any big deal about it. And I'll be back next time.